across all sectors we find that race and ethnicity, there is an underrepresentation for people of colour in the workplace. Why is this, we ask ourselves, when we know from looking at statistics that representation is something that is quite localised. So we understand that people of colour are coming out of university with equally good qualifications, but they're not making it into the workplace. Why is that? There's lots of research out there that suggests that institutional racism is alive and well, and I'm sharing that here because it is a challenge for many of our organisations. Nobody actually wants to put their hand up and say, we have this problem in terms of there is a racist or a differential of experience for our people of colour. But when you look at the ranks and you don't see people reflected, you must ask yourself why. This did come up at our roundtable, and people like EY, they used to be known as Ernst & Young, and the NHS, they're both making tremendous strides in understanding why they have this condition, why this is a problem for them. And those other organisations in the room were quite, I suppose, impressed with some of the initiatives that they heard. We also operate a benchmarking scheme where members put themselves through the ringer in terms of asking themselves questions. Where are we? Where do we want to be? What do we need to do? And the results of that benchmark you can then use to, I suppose, guide yourself to the next stage. In terms of what business can learn from academia or vice versa, I think there's a lot that academia can learn from business. I think up until now, my experience has been that within the public sector specifically, they've made quite significant strides towards inclusion. There's still a long way to go, but they understand, I think, having been driven by legislation, the public sector duty, there are, I suppose, constraints in place that drive this agenda. However, the private sector, is really catching up. And similar to what Andrew mentioned this morning, it's about the best talent. It's not checking boxes. It's not understanding, well, we need to kind of, make this landscape a bit more dynamic and visually exciting. It's about talent. Sadly, I think academia has some way to go to catch up on that discussion. I was invited to a conference at a leading London university a couple of weeks ago, and I was quite challenged with some of the stories I heard. One of them, I think there was, the statistic that was quoted was only 60 BME, black and minority ethnic, and I used the word black politically, black including all peoples who are not from the majority population. Only 60 BME professors in the United Kingdom, and only 17 are women. I think that figure, if you're looking at statistics alone, that figure should ask you, well, why are we here? And what do we need to go? If we're looking at diversity of thought, diversity of talent, then I think this is a good place to start questioning what we can learn from business, large and small.
Okay. So actually, that was a marvellous tour de force of some of the issues facing employers and everybody in this room. But given that we're going to be a learning panel today, I have one question for you all. And that question is, what was the hardest thing that you or your organisation has faced in the work you do on all elements of diversity? Let's start with Kevin.
Yeah, I had to think hard about this one because there's been a significant number of barriers on that journey that I spoke about. But I think the hardest one, the most difficult thing that we've had to come is recognition of the fact that 35,000 employees, we're currently at 86% male, 14% female. We're currently at about 8% black, Asian, minority ethnic, which isn't reflective of society, but it does reflect the fact that we are national. Across the whole of the UK. And the issue that I'm trying to get to is the fact that we're actually trying to break tradition. There's a long history of a culture and a history in the rail sector built on the fact that if someone's grandfather worked there, then their son worked there, and it would be their son, and then their son would work in the industry, and their son or nephew. So we're trying to wrestle with that whole point about why do we need to change. If I've actually heard the term "it ain't broke, why fix it" once, I've heard it 1,000 times, and that is something that we encounter a lot in terms of trying to make this journey.
Brilliant. And Alex?
I think the top two. Sorry, again, the top two things that we come up against quite a lot. The first one is probably a bit around apathy. So, actually, you've got equal marriage. What more do you need? We're there. Why do we need to do this? Or similarly, we hear similar things to Kevin, sort of, or Barry's gay and he's fine, so why do we need to do this? And it's coming up against those sort of things, which I think is sometimes the most difficult barrier to push against, because it's not that they're saying we don't want to do this or we're being discriminatory. It's just that there's a lack of understanding of why, and I think that's something that a lot of our organisations have to push through and put together a strong business case for this, because it was only since 2003 that you couldn't be fired for being gay or lesbian or bi, or overlooked for a promotion. So there's still a lot of people in the workplace now who were in the workplace in that time. And the other one, which I'm sure a lot of people here, is around austerity and tighter budgets. How can we bring diversity on the agenda or keep diversity on the agenda when budgets are being squeezed? And that's just where we obviously have to have that conversation with people and say it's probably most important at this time to make sure that people feel that they are safe no matter what characteristics or individual traits they do have, and actually pushing past that budgetary constraints when you don't actually need to spend a lot of budget on doing this. It's just about being explicit when you are already doing the work in some areas.
Okay, and Maxine.
I think I should have said earlier that ENEI covers all 9 protected characteristics, so it does support its members across the piece, yeah? I think it varies. Different organisations have different challenges, but certainly Andrew, I think, touched on it. At your highest level, you have the understanding, the willingness and the appreciation as to why you need to have a diverse workforce, why it's important to the future existence of your organisation. However, something happens as it comes down and filters through the echelons and gets to the managers who are asked to drive this agenda. So, yes, you have the top down, the willingness and the appreciation, but it gets stuck. So the training, the explanation why we need to have this, it's all very important. But what I think is the most important is to have someone who is accountable. Without accountability, things slip off the agenda. There's no one to ask, well, we've decided we want to do X. I want to report at every meeting where we are around X. And if we haven't achieved X, why not? Unless there's somebody holding that rein and then reporting back, things can slip. So I think if there is any serious drive towards change and making a real impact in your organisations, there needs to be someone held accountable for that agenda.
Brilliant. Thank you. So I now want to open up to the questions from the floor. I'm just going to give the panellists fair warning that just before we close, I want each of them to have a magic wand and to dream about the one tip they would like to hand down to everybody else to think about how best, what's the one thing to help create an inclusive environment. So that's before we end, but let's open it to the floor now. So having heard 3 really quite challenging and interesting talks, let's see what's said from the floor. Let's go here and then we'll go to the back.
Hi, I'm Eugenie Hunziker from the LMS, and I wanted to ask you for advice about something that has come up again and again when discussing with representatives from departments who are working on equality and diversity issues, and that's, what do you do to bring along people who are resistant to this? Because one of the things that our keynote speaker, whose name I'm blanking on, Andrew Parker, brought up is that we're looking for an environment in which everyone feels supported. And unfortunately, what seems is that people who are not from one of these groups that we're particularly trying to support often feel rejected or not supported in these environments. And I mean, I think nationally and internationally, we can see the effects of this as well. So it's obviously a very difficult issue, and I'm hoping you have a magic wand tip about what to do about this.
I'm sure you've all faced it. Who wants to pick that one up?
Do you want to continue, and
Go on.
I'll go first?
Go on.
I mean, the sector that I work in, the way that we've tried to do that is actually to link this whole approach to inclusiveness to safety. We very much set up this sort of strapline mantra piece that an inclusive organisation is a safer organisation because we will look out for each other, irrespective of who we are or who our background is. Now, I'm not sure how you could extrapolate that in academia because I don't think you face the same safety issues. I don't think that's the case anyway. But we've tried to align it with a sort of main driver for our sector, which is very much to operate safely.
So a line to a driver. Alex.
The main things I suppose we talk about going back to, and it sounds really basic, but going back to the business case of why you're doing this, it does depend on the individual and why they are resistant to it. But there is always a reason why you should be doing this work. So, for example, on the LGBT side, there are so many statistics that talk about people who don't feel like they're able to be out in the workplace are much less likely to be happy with the support they receive from their manager, much less likely to be happy with their sense of achievement and their security at work. So there's sort of that side of things. But also the other point I would say is link it back to multiple identities. So people can fit into more than one category. I'm thinking about the fact that someone might be BAME but also might be a lesbian, or might have a faith and also might be gay, and thinking about how you can link it back to that individual. So I think mental health is a really good one. When we think about it, it's 1 in 4 people will face a mental health issue in their life. How can we link that back and talk about LGBT or talk about BAME, who both groups have much higher rates of bad mental health? How can we link it back to those different people? Something we also do around the LGBT side is we've got a little guide called So You Think Your Child is Gay, which again could sort of link it to the family element, and it could be an event for parents. So just sort of thinking about the different ways that you can filter it into your organisation's values.
Maxine.
I'd remind everyone that we all have a protected characteristic, dependent on where you see yourself on the scale of life, but I'm sure we can identify at least 1 or 2. That's the intersectionality that Alex was speaking of. I think one of the key things that can be done is to communicate the rationale, communicate it very clearly as to why we're doing this. Okay, so if we go back to race, for example, we know that there's a world of research that will tell you about the experience of BME people in the workplace. So if you are an organisation that has very clear stated values, this is who we are, this is what we do, but our landscape doesn't reflect this. So when you share that with your staff and you say to them, well, we know that BME, say professors or people with a higher level degree, are 5 times more likely to be unemployed, even with that qualification. Why is this? It's not lack of knowledge. So is it something that we are doing or not doing to invite a range of difference, whether it's gender, ethnicity, disability, into our organisation? I think communicating why you're doing it, not as a disadvantage to those that you already have within the workforce, but to become most inclusive and most progressive in your field. I think it's vital that you communicate the rationale.
Brilliant, thank you. There was a question at the back.
Hello, my name's Claire Williams. I work for Inclusive Employers, and I've got a question for Kevin, actually. I feel a bit bad because it might be quite a difficult question, but it's something that we are constantly working with organisations in relation to. Andrew, first of all, was talking about the importance of performance, basically, and how diversity and inclusion will enhance performance no matter what your organisation is. And I'm just sort of impressed by the scale of the Inclusive Leadership Programme at Network Rail. I'm wondering, Kevin, what sorts of metrics you look at to show how that level of investment actually improves the performance of the business?
That's a good question. And I think I've got an answer because what I was going to say in terms of a top tip, I'm going to sort of give it away, is actually I think you have to take that strategic program-led approach to this work. And with that comes the need for metrics that to be looked at the highest level and at lower levels and hold people to accountable for their performance in those areas. So the sort of metrics that we do measure is take up of the inclusive leadership program, for example, the diversity of our new recruits, the diversity of our apprentices, diversity of our graduates, and the number of champions that we had, volunteers who've come forward. So a number of metrics that have been developed to try and give us an idea, a flavour, a temperature of where the organisation is, and that is looked at quarterly by a programme board and by our highest level board. So my tip would be that you must take a structured programme-led approach.
Any other questions? Brilliant, down here. And then we'll come to you.
Hi, it's Paul Taylor from University of Leeds, and it's prompted actually by Maxine's most difficult thing and the middle management and so on. I was just wondering how common it is for people to include a criterion around promotion and recruitment that the candidates have to demonstrate that they're actively involved in inclusion and diversity activity and have done and are aware of the issues. I just genuinely don't know how common that is.
So I'm not sure I understand how common it is.
So if organisations are recruiting to a middle management position, as part of the role description of things that they're interviewing against and the decision they're taking, how common is it that people ask for evidence that the candidates are A, aware, and B, actively have been engaged in inclusivity sort of activities?
Okay. I think most application forms nowadays have a diversity question. They ask, are you aware, what's your understanding of this particular field? But you can look that up on the internet, really, in terms of having a response. I think for people who are genuinely wanting to employ or recruit someone who has an appreciation of difference and what it means to be different, because we've all been different at some stage or another, the odd one out in a room, you may have to find more creative ways to get a response from the person. I could come here and tell you that I was in Lapland on, delivering Christmas presents at the weekend. Of course I wasn't, because it's not Christmas and I don't know where Lapland is. But the point is, I think you need to find mechanisms to have people demonstrate that they understand what equality, inclusion, diversity actually means, rather than just another checkbox on a form.
Can I just
go on.
add to that? It's a question that we ask in the index, 6.1, if anyone's filling it in at the moment. For all managers, whether coming externally or internally, to have a question around equality and diversity. It doesn't have to be LGBT specific in this case. And actually, from the ones that I've marked so far, having that fun time of the year, I would say about 90% of them do have something in there. I think Maxine's completely right. We don't want it to just be a tick box. We want it to be, ask them about a situation maybe they've been in, or what have they done to do this work previously. But I think it is really important to have something in there, and not it just be one of the desirable person specifications, but actually asked in interview, because you want to make sure that every manager that you're bringing onto your staff does have some idea around diversity. And if someone comes to them and says that they're being bullied on the grounds of X, Y, and Z, they're not going to turn around and say, oh, it's just banter, oh, I don't really know what you're talking about. So I think actually a lot of organisations do have it now, and I would say it's really important to have on there, particularly for managers.
There was a question in the middle of the room over there. And then we'll come to the back, and then I think I'm going to close with the magic wand question.
Yeah, hi, Carl Allen. I'm a member of the public, a pensioner actually, so bear with my thoughts for a moment on listening to the speakers and the first one, speaker. Inclusivity is a complex number, if gotten right, means diversity. The complex number can change drastically sometimes, so periodic or event monitoring is required. Now here's my question. How do we get to that complex number? Is it by a formula or is it by a percentage calculation?
Who wants to take that one?
Well, I'll answer from Network Rail's perspective. That is clearly, we will probably be led by others. We will not be the organisation that determines that number or that metric. We'll probably be led by government or department for transport, etc. Because I don't think that's within our gift. It probably is within your gift, but it isn't within ours. So we'll be led on that, I think.
I think within the private sector, they can set targets to. I know of one organisation that has set a 20% target to increase women in its workforce at senior level. At the moment, they have a target of 14%, and they realise that's too easy for us to achieve, so they've stretched it to 20%. Perhaps it is because it's a private sector organisation, they're more able to do that, but certainly I think it's looking at who you already have on your books in terms of your workforce and deciding how you want to stretch yourself.
Alex, do you want to come in?
I think metrics only go so far. I have a lot of people that will say to me, well, if they're setting a target for it, surely then people will just get the jobs because they want to have more women or whatever. And I think it's much more around the work that you're doing to get to that goal. I think it's important to set the goals, but ultimately best practice one year will be, okay, practice another year. So I don't think there is like an ultimate goal, apart from the fact that Stonewall hopefully someday will never have to exist. Unlikely, but it was much too of an academic question for me, I'm afraid. I sort of heard a lot of numbers. I was like, complex, But yeah, I think it only goes so far. It's the work that you're doing around the characteristics as a whole that will actually get you to the end goal of people being able to be themselves within the workplace and society. That was a wide answer, wasn't it?
Right. So I want to close just before we have coffee. Oh, let's take that question, sorry.
Good morning, Jiten Patel from the Open University. First of all, thank you very much. It's been quite an enlightening morning. I'd just like to talk about three things, really. One is about isolationism, one is about imposter syndrome, and the third one is about attitudes of people who are in a minority in terms of not necessarily willing to take up initiatives or positive action events, or indeed be actively part of networks because they feel that they're getting special treatment. How do you deal with that?
Right, and we've got to be quite quick on this. So who wants to pick this one up first?
Well, in terms of special treatment, I'm saying we've had anti-discrimination legislation for over 50 years, and yet we still have it. We are talking about underrepresentation. For many years, we're still underrepresented, whether it's gender, whether it's ethnicity. So at some point or another, people are going to have to wake up to the fact that you're not being given anything. You have to actually carve something out. And if you're appointed, it's still appointment on merit. It's not because you're a checkbox. So I think that's something that should definitely be considered. At the event I attended recently, where I've heard about the experience of BME professors experiencing racial microaggressions, their names being inappropriately or incorrectly pronounced. Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, no, you didn't. It wasn't like that. I mean, these are really senior people who have gained the status of professor, yet they're being demoralised and denigrated because somebody just refuses to pronounce their name properly. They recognise that something has to be done. So whether it's a target, a quota, or what do I want to say here? Some initiative that acknowledges that intelligence, talent is not limited to one specific group. You can find it everywhere, and we should be looking everywhere. That's what I want to leave it with.
Brilliant. Okay, so I'm now going to just ask, you've had your magic wand, the other two, your one magic wand moment to create an inclusive environment.
I love that. Do you want to go for that? My one thing, I mean, I thought about it a lot. I would say senior buy-in is the absolute pinnacle of needing to get this stuff done within an organisation. You can only go so far without that buy-in, and that's either having the values or that's having someone that is able to sign off the budget. Similarly, from that sort of senior point of view, you can't be what you can't see. People might not always want to step up, but helping people to understand the importance of stepping up and being those role models is really, really important. So going back to what Maxine said earlier about middle managers, it's about engaging those people at that level where often these things can stop.
Know your organisation, know where the hotspots are, know where you want to be, and then introduce some sort of inclusive leadership training, unconscious bias training, and of course, join ENEI.
I should have said that.
Okay, so I want to close now. We've had 3 splendid panel members. I want to thank them for their contributions. They were really thought-provoking. I hope you've taken a lot out of that. I think we've heard a lot about journeys, we've heard a lot about trains, we've heard a lot about making the most of the talent pool. And I think that's what unites us all here today. And I think not sitting back, but questioning your own concerns is a really powerful thing to do. And I thank you all for doing that. I'm so glad as the chair I didn't have to stand up and tell you my secret moment. I think coffee's served outside. Thank you all very much for this morning's session. let people sit down. Okay. Funny this bit. Right. Right, I think I'm going to start, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, can we get started, please? Here we are. Oof. So I'm taking it that not everybody in this room knew each other before today started. So actually the level of noise is a really good indication that you're meeting new people. I hope you're talking about some of the things you've heard and you're inspired to think about what else and what differently you could do in the future. So the second session now is again about creating an inclusive environment. We're blessed with another brilliant set of panel members. We've got Sarah, Paul and Paul. And I'll introduce them as I did the last time in turn. So we can start with Sarah Dickinson-Hyams. Sarah is Head of Equality Charters, the Equality Challenge Unit, and she's going to, I hope, tell us about how Athena Swan and the Race Equality Charter marks can help an organisation build a more inclusive environment and give us some insights into, in the application submissions, some standout examples of excellence in creating an inclusive environment. Sarah.
Thank you. Can I just start by saying it's fantastic to see such a diverse audience here today. I don't think I've ever spoken to an audience this diverse, so well done to the Royal Society and thank you all for turning out today. So Athena Swan, just a little bit of background, was founded in 2005 as a recognition scheme of excellence in women's employment in science, technology, engineering, maths and medicine. In 2015, this all changed, and after consultation with the sector, in a nutshell, it's basically no longer just about women, it's no longer just about academics, and it's no longer just about science. So we have expanded the charter to include ASPL departments, or Arts, Humanities, Social Science, Business and Law. We also have included professional and support staff, and this was felt to be really important because professional and support staff play such a massive role in the culture of an institution or of a department. We also include, and this is just at institutional level, questions around what policies are in place to support trans staff and students. And also at institutional level, we ask institutions to consider intersectionality. And we're particularly interested in the intersections of race and gender. Also in 2015, ECU trialled a Race Equality Charter, or REC, and this was successful and it was officially launched in January this year. In fact, we just had our 9th bronze award holder. So both REC and Athena Swan require applicants to carry out a thorough self-assessment process. Neither of them are box-ticking exercises. It's about understanding your policies, your practices, carrying out self-assessment and identifying the good, the bad, and in some cases, maybe the ugly, and putting in place strong actions to address the bad and the ugly and can carry on the good. We're not specific about exactly what we want you to do, but we do ask questions around things like organisation and culture. So asking you to consider what effect things like your core hours and meeting times will have on your staff, what your committee structures look like, whether or not they're rotated, what roles individuals play. We require staff consultation in both charters to back up your statements and show that you have an understanding of your culture and of your staff and what is having an effect and what's having an impact. And this has been mentioned already today, but one of the really big important things is requiring senior level buy-in. You need clout in order to make culture change stick. And so within both application forms, we ask for a letter of endorsement from the Vice-Chancellor or from the head of department, and we insist that there's senior level buy-in on any self-assessment teams. The charters aren't about fixing women or fixing individuals. If there's an issue with your promotion process, we're not looking for you to put in place workshops specifically to, say, address specifically for women, because it's the women who aren't applying. We want you to stop and have a think about whether or not it's that women are lacking confidence, so they need something, or actually whether there's an issue with the process itself. And I guess one of the sort of other things that is really important and how it helps with an inclusive culture is it's also a great framework for identifying good practice and actually helping you formalise this. So there's quite often lots of really good things going on within institutions or within departments around race equality, around gender equality, but actually there hasn't been a tool to enable you to show what's going on and disseminate this information. And I think the charters really help you to do that. In terms of some examples of good practice, so with Athena Swan now, we have 618 award-holding institutions and departments. So it was really difficult to actually sort of pull out some specifics. So I went back to the most recent round. So I'm sorry if there's people in the audience who've put in applications who are sitting there going, what about mine? What about my example? This is just one that we pulled out from the recent round. And this is from King's Department of Palliative Care Policy and Rehabilitation. And so they carried out a staff survey, and they found that 70% of their staff had noticed a positive change as a result of Athena Swan, and 83% of staff agreed that leadership in the department was aligned with equality, diversity and inclusion principles. And they gave quite a few examples of what they've done to achieve these results. So they changed their master's course, so their MSc can now be completed over 2 years, full or part-time respectively. They added a certificate and diploma in palliative care for students wishing to study with greater flexibility. And they found that many students had used this alternative approach to access core and optional modules within the MSc curriculum, achieve credits, and then later progress towards a full MSc. And the student feedback they got had identified that the flexible method of course delivery as one of the major attractions of the programme. King's are also striving to improve inclusivity and have increased the range of available scholarships to include those from low and middle income countries. And one of the major research themes they have is improving equity of access to palliative care. And so they are committed to integrating Athena Swan into their research and have recently won funding for national research to improve access to palliative care for people who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual and or trans. And as part of this project, they are running workshops for all academic, clinical and professional services staff and students on sexual identity and gender variance, equality and diversity. From REC, one of our, in fact, our most recent award holder. This is from Abate, and Abate is a small institution in Dundee, so it's not a large Russell Group or large institution in central London. And the aims and objectives needed to be really specific for them. So within their REC application, they realised that they couldn't double the ethnic diversity of their staff in the next 3 years. It simply wasn't a realistic aim for them. However, they decided to focus, in addition to some other actions on recruitment and selection, on curriculum and pedagogy. And so they're reviewing their curriculum to see how it can further consider race equality and how inclusivity can be embedded in the pedagogical practices. And they see that this is going to be of benefit to all students in a globalised society.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, so now we'll turn to Paul Cisse, who's Chief Executive of the National Diversity Awards UK. Paul, we've already heard an awful lot, but really what I'd like you to tell us about is what you consider to be the key essentials of rolling out any inclusion policy. And similar to Sarah, in your experience with the National Diversity Awards, tell us a standout example of excellence amongst your nominees.
Okay, I just want to reiterate, it's fantastic to be in a room full of diverse people. It probably is one of the few conferences that I've been where it's so diverse in its entirety, so well done to the Royal Society for doing that. Yeah, my name is Paul Cisse. I'm from the National Diversity Awards. It's the largest diversity awards ceremony in the UK, all about highlighting positive role models, community organisations and people that do exceptional stuff in the community with little or no regard for themselves. It's just a fantastic, I'm so blessed to be the founder of it. And we're highlighting averagely 26,000 community organisations and votes every single year from Land's End to John O'Groats. It's a fantastic award to be involved with. It started off with basically, I looked at what was out there and there was lots of award ceremonies that was promoting diversity and inclusion, but it was either very singular or the same people going to the same award ceremonies, patting each other on the back saying, oh, we're very diverse, we're doing a great job. And I really didn't feel that was making a difference in society. So I decided to do the National Diversity Awards to highlight the unsung heroes, like I said, that are doing great stuff. And it's been a fantastic journey. There's been people from every kind of diverse background that's there. So we're talking LGBT, race, disability, age, gender. And until you've experienced the National Diversity Awards, you basically, you don't know what, it's one of the only few award ceremonies that basically is diverse, like the Royal Society's conference here today. So when you're looking at policies and procedures with the National Diversity Awards, and we do other things like that, we do the Excellence in Diversity Awards, we do the Inclusive Top 50 UK Employers, which we just announced, and that's looking at diversity as a whole, rather than a very singular strand. And basically, the Inclusive Top 50, we rolled out 3 last year. We have had over 100 companies that submitted. It was a fantastic response, and as a result of that, West Midlands Police was one of the police forces that got into the top 10, and they got an increase of £250,000 in their diversity budget as regards to being in that inclusive top 50, so that's phenomenal for them. I look at diversity and inclusion more of a holistic point of view rather than policies and procedures. But if you was to do policies and procedures, you look at why you're doing diversity and inclusion. A company's got to look at, are you doing it for the right reasons? I mean, you don't want to do it because it's the right thing to do. You've got to do it because you believe diversity and inclusion is going to enhance your organisation. It's going to enrich the senior management and boardroom level, and it's also and operational level. So basically, you have to do it for the right reasons. And have you got the right people to drive the policies that you're going to do? That's really important. It's okay you're doing all these benchmarking. It's okay that you do that, but if the right people aren't in place to drive these policies and procedures to get into the communities, then you've got a big problem. And lastly, look internally about what you're doing. So within senior management, does your staff feel valued within your organisation? Operational level, boardroom level, and senior level as well, because that's really important. And I really feel that we've got such a long way to go. When we did the Inclusive Top 50, it was really surprising how the lack of diversity within organisations at senior management and boardroom level. I can talk about many organisations that BME is just not represented at all. For instance, I'm from Liverpool, and the further north you go, there's less diversity. My missus is an accountant. She works for John West. and she's the only black person on the whole floor. She worked at Trinity Mirror, which is the Mirror Group. She was the only black person on the whole floor there. And the same goes as further north you go, there in Newcastle, Scotland, you don't see much diversity. And the same is with disability, the same is with, LGBT, especially trans. So when you're writing these policies, make sure that you are doing something that is going to be of benefit, not only to the organisation, to the community in which you serve. Diversity is not just in London, it's outside of London as well. So when you're putting all your budgets into diversity inclusion, make sure that it's reaching on a national scale, because you're missing out on a whole breadth of talent that's out there. Because, at the end of the day, I know lots of talented people from Liverpool, for instance, and Manchester and Leeds, where I'm from, and they've got the university degrees. They've got everything that they needed to get, but the opportunities still aren't there for them. I spoke at a UCAS conference, I think 2 years ago, and there was 1,000 people in the room. It was in Wales, and I asked everybody to stand up. And I said, everybody sit down who's from a senior management. Everybody stay sitting down if you're not senior management or boardroom level. So half the room stayed stood up. And if you're not from an LGBT, race or disability background, please sit down. There was 3 people at the end of that discussion stood up at the end out of a room of 1,000 people. So that's how far we have to go. There's another example of, especially in education, and Liverpool I'm going to talk about. There's 2,000 black and ethnic minorities. There's 2,000 teachers in Liverpool, round about that mark, and there's only 11 black teachers in the whole of Liverpool. And so you get the distinction of what we need to do. Policy procedures are great. We need to do them. We need to make change, but we also need to sit there, get deep in the communities so that we can make a difference within these communities, so that they have the confidence to actually apply for jobs within major organisations such as yourselves.
Brilliant, thank you. So I can see everybody thinking now about who they know and who they were taught by. Now I want to turn to Paul Walton. Paul's Professor of Chemistry at the University of York, and I would say Paul is a practitioner of some of this. So Paul, I'd really like you to tell everyone today about how you got the whole of your department involved in Athena Swan, and it was the first Athena Swan Gold Department, and then to touch on how academia can better include mental health when considering creating inclusive environments. Paul.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. I should perhaps first start by saying I'm here on behalf of lots of people, not just myself. And when you say how do you get the whole of the department involved, then lots of people have been involved in the diversity effort that we've been pursuing now for quite a few years. How do you get everyone involved? It's quite hard to answer, but I've tried to boil it down to six words. I shall explain each word in a bit more detail. The first word is openness or listening. The second word is leadership. Third word is patience, brackets, lots of it, close brackets. The fourth word is evidence-based. The fifth word is benefits. And the sixth word is champions. Now, if I go back and openness and listening, it is true that, and there's good evidence to support this, that an open and accountable department that listens to its own mistakes has helped us bring in policies and practices which have helped reduce gender inequality. I can think of several examples of that, but a couple come to mind. One was our maternity policy, which we didn't quite get right when we brought it in first of all. And secondly was our adoption policy, which was well-intentioned, but again wasn't quite right. And it was through an openness and listening to people saying, well, Paul, that's not right, that helped us significantly in the journey. Second word, leadership. I think this echoes a lot of what other people have said in the previous panel and this panel too. And it comes in various guises: senior level buy-in, senior management being committed to it. Perhaps our phrase would be leadership, and that organisations or departments or institutes make it a statement of purpose that they're going to be wedded completely to equality for all the reasons that we've discussed, principally bringing in talent, and that they're simply not going to be shaken from this. I would say that we benefited very significantly from leadership in the department over many years, that made equality a key part of what they did. Third word, patience. I think we actively started working on equality in 2000, so what's that, 16 years ago, and probably before that as well. And it has taken time. It has taken time. The first few years were, I wouldn't say tough, but the message was finding hard to take root in various places. And people needed to be convinced. Some people took a long time to understand the benefits of equality practice. I would add to this that all the evidence base would suggest that 10 years is the minimum time over which you can expect to see any significant culture change, and I think we would affirm that one way or another. So yeah, you've got to be in it for the long run. Fourth word, words, evidence base. Being a science department, you might imagine that we would go to the evidence base to begin with. I'm not sure we did, but eventually we learnt that turning to our social science friends and colleagues and asking them the question, what's important when it comes to driving through equality, opened our eyes to the significant evidence base which exists, particularly on gender equality, less so in other equality dimensions, from which we could draw, right? And a lot of our early efforts on an unconscious bias, now going back a few years, came from that. And I am grateful and remain very grateful for the openness of that literature. And, you know, I have several exhortations, but one of them is to avail yourself of the evidence base that's out there. Fifth word, benefits. That's not social security benefits, that's benefits. And this, again, this message has come out through others. Our equality work has benefited everyone, even if it wasn't apparent that some people may benefit from it. What do I mean by that is it's clear that equality for us has brought in talent. I have multiple anecdotes where people have said they'll come to work at the chemistry department at York because of the equality efforts and the Athena Swan Gold Award. For us, it has been, to put it bluntly, a talent magnet, and for that we've really benefited. But I would say this too, it has helped us work in diverse, wider, better teams in a collaborative manner, which leads to better science, leads to better productivity, to put it in a business way, and it's a winner. And so people have begun to understand that pursuing diversity leads to wide benefits. And the last word, champions. I was just, if I can characterise the department at York, it's a large department. There's probably about just over 200 what you might call staff. There's probably about 600 undergraduates or graduate students. I would say amongst that group of people, you can readily identify champions. And what do I mean by champions? These are people who go out there, overtly speak, passionately speak about equality. And they do this in the coffee room, they do this outside, they do this within the place of work. I can think of one example, my colleague David Smith, who's a professor of chemistry in the department, who speaks so convincingly about LGBT matters that he's drawn in so many others. And these people are important. These people who catalyse and discussion and provide a space for these types of discussions to go on have helped us change the culture. So that's how we've tried to get people involved. How can academia concentrate better on mental health? This was a tough one. It's quite interesting listening to the previous panel. I would say, as an academic department, we're quite a long way behind tackling this particular issue. It remains a difficult area for us, and one where I can't give you answers, but I can give you some experience. And what's that experience? That experience is that openness for us has been key. We do talk about mental health. It's been a fairly recent thing for us, but openness has been key. As one of my colleagues put it, you can't make progress with things like mental health if you view it as a disability if people keep it quiet. And it's interesting that one can generate an open culture where people are prepared to speak about it. The other thing I would add, and I think this is true, where we have spoken about mental health and LGBT matters for that matter, and disability, much of this has stemmed from our earlier work on gender equality. And it's an interesting discussion about intersectionality, which maybe will come up later, about how you tackle the equality problem. Do you begin with one and then hope things would follow later, or would you begin with them all? I think the message we would take from York is beginning with one, which was gender equality, and maybe another disability, has fostered the openness and discussion about other equality dimensions, and I'd be interested to discuss that further. So mental health, yes, mental health first aid, an openness about mental health and talking about mental health, and awareness of mental health is something that we have begun, but we're not in Doncaster. I think we're in Bristol on that one.
Thank you. Okay. Again, a real tour de force from our panellists. I'm now going to ask them one difficult question, because everyone's talked on what they've achieved in their awards or in their department. I want to ask each panel member to reflect on what they found the most challenging thing about diversity and what they've been trying to achieve, either in their organisation or themselves personally. Let's start with Sarah.
That is a difficult question. I think what's most challenging, I think actually it's getting the buy-in all the time. It is, and I think that's what the awards do very well that I run, because quite often certainly the people at the top, and I found this when I did my work for the Royal Society of Chemistry, where we went and carried out site visits in chemistry departments, that actually what the head of department or the senior management team, what they thought was going on within the department actually wasn't. And as you sort of trickled down and interviewed the different staffing groups down to the postdocs and the PhD students, they had vastly different experiences, surprisingly, than those at the top. And so I think the part of the awards where you actually have to get all your data together and you have to look at it and sort of sit there and go, oh, actually, there are issues in the pipeline. Actually, our staff consultation data shows that our staff aren't happy, that there are gender differences, that people have less understanding around criteria, are feeling harassed. Then that's the moment that you get the buy-in and the understanding. So I think that's been the biggest challenge and is the biggest challenge.
And Paul Stacey.
I think the biggest challenge for organisations is admitting that they've got a problem sometimes. I mean, when you do surveys internally, the senior management and boardroom level don't want to really recognise that they have got a big problem. So if you haven't got a diversity inclusion manager within the organisation, or diversity training is not operated against operational level, and various things like that, I think organisations really struggle with that. We've done a few surveys for organisations, and they found it really surprising how much their BME staff, their disability staff, thought their lack of opportunity was within their organisation, and they didn't know quite what to do about it. Obviously, that's where consultants come in, and great programmes like yourself and ENEI come in and help organisations do that. But I think for the challenges, really getting into the nitty-gritty of your organisation, and recognising basically what problems you have and dealing with them, and you can only solve a problem by recognising what the problem is.
Okay. And Paul.
It's really interesting listening to Sarah and Paul here, because I think I have the same answer. And we didn't. No, not. I would say that yes, we've had resistances, but typically they've been little pockets of resistance here and there, and always a small number of folks. But where the resistance has been conspicuous has been at the more senior levels of the organisation, not at the very top. Our vice-chancellors have been extraordinarily supportive, but maybe at different points. And whether it's a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge, a lack of will, it's hard to say, but these folks have significant influence over the way that people behave in the organisation, and convincing them to be leaders in the matter has been hard.
Okay, brilliant. Right, so let's open it to the floor now. Are there questions? And we will end with the magic wand question for this panel as well. Let's take a question there.
Hello, Martin Hollins from the STEM Disability Advisory Committee. A question for Sarah. You've talked about your 2 charters. Do you have plans for a charter for disability and diversity?
We do keep being asked about this. At the moment, not, because we did consult with the sector and they wanted to see, and forgive me, I know the 2 ticks scheme has changed its name recently. They wanted to see what was happening with that, but also whether or not the element of intersectionality would later on develop to cover disability as well, and whether or not institutions would be able to start using the data there within Athena Swan. So currently at the moment not. However, if the sector demands it in the future or starts to show more interest in the future, then of course we would respond.
Question there.
Carl Allen, a member of the public and a pensioner actually, as was said. A question for Paul. Paul, as you move...
Paul Cisse or?
That one. Yeah.
Paul Walton.
Yeah.
Paul Walton. Okay.
Okay. As you move through the, what shall I say, stages of achieving the goal, you would have come upon exceptions, and I've been classed in various ways as either an exception or a first model or a role model, no model, production model. But well, you move from production models to actually having, what shall I say, minority membership of the organization. You have, you know, you roll them off the production line, so to speak. But in what you were doing, what was your experience in terms of how I described it? Or was that what you were doing, another sort of experience?
I think I have 2 answers to that. How have we mainstreamed diversity thinking? And I think you characterised it as no to role to production model. I would say that has grown up simply by people getting involved. As simple as that. But let me turn the question around slightly. How have the resistances evolved to what we've done? And I would say we've been through 3 phases. The first resistance was there isn't a problem, right? The second resistance for gender was it's a woman's problem. And the third resistance is not a problem I should worry about. And I wonder if that overlaps with your no role and production. For each of those, I would say there have been 3 answers. For there isn't a problem, the data make it clear that there is a problem. And goodness me, we had some data today which reveals the problem. Maybe that then moves from no to role. Then it's a woman's problem where people don't recognise that they don't have their own role to play in it. That's maybe where role models make a difference. And indeed, I think we've seen some of that. And then this last one, it's not my problem. And it's interesting how the discussion has moved on late about how diversity really, or lack of diversity really is everyone's problem, because it leads to lack of talent and lack of ability of an organisation to meet its challenges. So I would characterise it in a slightly different way. But to encourage everyone and myself, I think, is that I think at each stage we found some type of response which would help address those let me call them pushbacks.
I also think it's role models is an important key within organisations as well, to they've got to be really visible within organisations to push out to marginalised people as well. So I just want to add that. Thank you.
Other questions from the floor? You've seen someone?
Hi there, my name's Kim. I'm here to represent the Institute of Physics and Engineering in Medicine, but I'm a jobbing NHS physicist. My organisation have really embraced the whole equality and diversity project, I guess it is for us. We're starting slowly, and I am struggling to convince a few people of the benefits. And I think having award schemes like Athena, Swan and such can really, really help, because people are quite keen to get badges and collect them up. And I'm just wondering, for me in a professional body, so it's not an academic body, it's a professional body, what sort of awards are there out there that I can encourage my leaders, my other trustees to aim for? Because I don't think Athena Swans suits us. I'm not sure if the National Diversity Awards are more for companies. Do you have any ideas?
Who wants to take that?
We do the Excellence in Diversity Awards as well, which looks at cross-sector as well. So it's within private sector, public sector, housing, education, and charity. And the reason why we do that is because I looked at the awards again. There was nobody doing across different sectors, and then you can create best practice within different sectors. So, for instance, the third sector find it hard to get men within the organisations. So, and then the charity sector and housing sector has a high proportion of BME staff within that, but is not filtering through to the senior management levels as well. But there's lots of different awards out there, some more genuine than others. And again, you've got to really vet them out, because, you don't want to be in the same room with the same people, patting each other on the back, giving each other awards because you've given the most money to that organisation. That's not what awards is all about. Awards is about highlighting the best people within an organisation and what they're doing with diversity and inclusion. And I feel I've got a genuine passion for that. One thing that I want to do, my vision is, we've got the National Diversity Awards, so we've got 26,000 nominations every single year that we do, and we do the Excellence in Diversity Awards, which is about organisations across different sectors. Eventually, what I want to do is mar the two together, so the organisations can then get the talent from the community organisations. So there's no question that we can't get a diverse workforce within that organisation, because that is what's needed. And so I can only talk about my awards, but there is other good awards out there. I think you've really just got to do your research and see which ones are genuine and which ones are just about a money-making exercise to keep the chief executive really rich.
Do you want to say any more, or you?
Only that we get approached quite a lot in Athena Swan at ECU to explore other sectors, and in fact the NHS is one that we've got quite a lot of interest in at the moment, and in fact there's a possibility that we might be looking to trial it in the NHS at some point. So if you want to have a chat afterwards over lunch maybe, then I can fill you in on where we're at with that.
Brilliant. Any more questions? One right at the back, and then I'm going to wind this session up.
Afternoon, Jiten Patel from the Open University. This is a question for Sarah, if I may. Regarding Athena Swan, this is my personal opinion, but I do feel sometimes that universities are left to sort of think about it as being a bit of an exam, and you either pass or fail at the end of it. And I'd like to understand how the ECU is going to address a more collaborative approach as we move forward.
So, I mean, part of what we do or have done is we have built regional networks to get institutions to talk to one another there, to support each other and share good practice. We've made quite extensive use of the Athena Swan JISC mail, and so people in different departments, different institutions who have questions around suggestions for changes in policies and practice, they can email the JISC mail, and this happens quite a few times a week, and it's great because people in the sector respond, sharing what they're doing, explaining the difficulties that they've had as well. So I think we do try take a collaborative approach. It's not a zero-sum game with Athena Swan. There isn't X number of applications or X number of awards that we hand out. So, in effect, everyone could achieve an award. So I don't think it is about sort of success and fail. And I think possibly we need to articulate more that even going through the process itself and putting in an application is a step in the right direction, and you should be applauded for that. And we also run surgeries to support those that are unsuccessful with their applications, and you do get written feedback, and we're always happy to chat through and provide suggestions on what you can do sort of moving forward.
Paul, did you have any observations?
I did. I noticed it at the time, but I will be brief. It's interesting your comment about passing an exam. I'd not heard that before, and I've spoken to quite a few different organisations that understand the difficulties and demands that an Athena Swan application has with it. But I would say most, and I'd hope this is what Athena Swan and the ECU had designed, had used it as an opportunity to have a deep, long, hard and honest look at themselves when it came to equality. And that's perhaps where the difficulty, the exam, quote unquote, comes, is uncovering what about yourself.
Brilliant. Okay. So I've got my magic wand question for the three panellists, and I'm going to start with Paul at that end this time, and work the way through, just to give you fair warning. And that's, having all of the experience you've had, if you could wave a magic wand, what one thing would you point people to do, to think about for awards or for organisations that were trying to develop an inclusive environment?
I think, again, I would say, look at why you're doing the awards. My vision is that everybody, irrespective of what background you are from, have the same opportunities. It's not a hard concept to grasp. And I think all organisations should really take that concept on board. I'm not sure if I agree that you should do one particular thing, either gender or disability, and then it will all come together, because then, it could take 3 years for that to come together, and then race gets left far behind, as what's happened in the last couple of years. So we've had a lot on gender, and we've had a lot on LGBT, but race and disability has been woefully bad within organisations. So I think if we look at equality, my dream is look at equality as it is. Look at this room here today. We've got some fantastic people here that are all doing amazing stuff. So equality works. And when you come to the National Diversity Awards, you've got everybody in one room. You haven't just got one particular type of person. You've got transgender, you've got LGBT, you've got age, you've got disability. You've got 500, 600 people in a room, all celebrating who they are and be proud of what they are. And that's a phenomenal thing. And nobody can tell me that diversity doesn't work in this country, because it does.
Paul?
Yeah, apart from money, we need money, I would say the key thing is realise the battle is won in the margins. It's the small day-to-day victories that ultimately mount up and make the difference. And so coupled to that is this word I keep coming back to, is patience. Keep at it, keep sticking at it.
Brilliant. Sarah?
Time. Don't rush it. It's going to take time, as Paul said, to get an inclusive culture. You need time to look at your data, you need time to look at your evidence, and you need time to understand the issues if you really are going to progress and create an inclusive culture. So please don't rush it.
Okay. So I want to conclude by thanking the panel members today. I think my observations from the whole of this morning's session were, I hope that everyone's had food for thought. This should not be something you forget when you go home tonight. This is stuff that you boil around for a long time like a good stew. I think really important is the why, the value, the drives and the benefits, accountability and leadership, and the layers, and whether we can mix the layers or not is really important. Then finally, I would just like to say there was one magical word that I heard today, and it comes back to rail track. It's everyone. And that's what this morning's been about. How do we create a world of research and organisations that care about research, where everyone is valued and everybody contributes to the whole endeavour? And with that, I think I'd like to bring this panel to a close and thank the panel members very much. Thank you.
So can I add my thanks to the panel members and to everybody else for contributing this morning. And I think everyone is a very important concept and really part of what we're doing. So as you can tell, I get to do the good bits. I introduced Andrew Parker earlier, and now it's my pleasure to introduce to you some individuals and teams who have demonstrated innovation and leadership in STEM diversity issues. And the Royal Society Athena Prize was established earlier this year. It's provided by a gift to the Society. So the prize is awarded every 2 years for individuals and teams working in UK academic and research communities who've contributed most to the advancement of diversity in science, technology, engineering and mathematics within their communities. The recipients of the prize receive a medal and a gift of £5,000, and runners-up receive a gift of £1,000. So I'm going to ask the runners-up to come up and join me on stage, and as they come up, could I ask you just to hold your applause until we get them all up here on stage? Otherwise, you know, it'll take longer than it need, and I know I'm standing between you and lunch. So could I have Professor Valerie Gibson? No, it's not Leslie, she's my colleague. Have we got Valerie Gibson? Yes, Valerie. Congratulations. And could we have Mateja Jamnik? Congratulations. Could you just stand? Yeah, fantastic. And after Mateja, June McCrombie. Mateja gets it for founding Women at CL, an initiative targeted at computer science, which has started to change the culture in computing departments nationwide. Congratulations. Got June? June is getting it for being the key instigator and first chair of the Institute of Physics Juno program. Congratulations. And could I just tell you what Valerie's getting it for? Because I forgot to do that, and you'll all have noticed, as have I. Valerie's getting it for her impact on the culture at the Cavendish Lab in Cambridge and at CERN in becoming more accepting of life beyond work and the introduction of a child policy. Congratulations. Now we have two more runners up. Photonics and Instrumentation Research Centre for acting as a role model for inclusiveness by promoting good practice and addressing cultural barriers both nationally and internationally. Do we have that group? Photonics and Instrumentation Research. I think we're a scroll short. I'll just have to give it one between three. Can I give you congratulations? Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Perhaps you three in the middle could hold that. And the final runner-up is Professor Paul Walton for making an impact through promoting evidence-based thinking in equality and as a prominent spokesman for equality in academia. Paul, congratulations. Now, if I could keep you all here, because now we come to the prize itself. The winner of the 2016 Royal Society Athena Prize is the London Mathematical Society for the Women in Mathematics Committee in introducing a broad range of initiatives in the field of mathematics, resulting in a change of culture that has happened nationwide in mathematics. They will deliver a presentation at our next conference. I hope they know that, and that it doesn't prevent them coming on stage. Can I ask the Women's Committee to join me on stage? There is only one medal. I'm sure you knew that anyway. Congratulations. Terrific. Very well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Would you like to take the medal? So, thank you to everybody who submitted an application for the Athena Prize. These awards demonstrate many of the creative methods that are being used in STEM to support diversity. And I think everybody on stage here who's won an award is an example for all of us as to what can be done if we put our minds to it and if, as Andrew Parker said, we all work together. So many congratulations. So I think I'm being instructed for you to go on the front of the stage. What would you like, Lena? I'm putty in your hands. Just tell me what to do. Oh, you want me in it as well? Right. Not sure that the medal is in there. Oh, there it is. It is. I thought it was a fake. Now, all that remains is for me to say enjoy your lunch and see you afterwards.
Good afternoon. They're not ready to. It's okay. Good afternoon. We're about to get started for our afternoon session, so if you could draw to a close. I have the ability to get much louder. I'm trying to be polite. But please do come forwards. Please join us up the front. There are a few tables here and seats now where people have vacated seats. Please do come forward. And I'll be introducing you now, and I'll be handing over for our afternoon session. I'd like to present our Diversity Committee Chairperson, Uta Frith. Thank you, Lena.
Good afternoon. My name is Uta Frith, and I'm chair of the Royal Society Diversity Committee. And I hope you've enjoyed this short session that we used to look at how our own environment is or could be inclusive, coming up with lots of new questions. I certainly enjoyed my time in my group. I hope you enjoyed it too. But it's now time to introduce a very special final guest, Ms. Bonnie Greer. In addition to her extensive repertoire as author, playwright, Bonnie has spoken on the importance of women in STEM, on Black Britain, and on creating inclusive environments. In fact, Kingston University, where she is Chancellor, has very recently been named the Higher Education Institution of the Year in the prestigious Leon Awards. And these awards recognize the commitment to widening access to higher education. Now, I really am so excited to introduce Bonnie Greer. A little while ago in the Diversity Committee, we discussed our wish list for speakers for this conference, and guess whose name came right at the top? Personally, I have long adored Bonnie Greer, knowing her only from TV appearances, from newspaper columns, and in these, she's always stood out from other opinion leaders by her fierce intelligence and clarity and wit.
It's like my funeral. You never get to hear this kind of thing.
And given how busy she must be, we actually were doubtful she would be available. So we dared to hope we could attract her to our meeting today. And so I'm really happy she has agreed to contribute to our theme of inclusion today. So it's my pleasure now to hand over to Bonnie Greer.
Very kind. Very kind. Thank you very much. And I suppose, I've been watching the conference on live stream, and it has been brilliant, really. And congratulations to all of you and to the thinking that's been going on. And I also want to give a shout out to Royal Society trolls. I kind of thought they'd be a little bit more interesting than they are, but they're just like any other trolls, you know. It's like I like my trolls, actually, and I call them my trolls because I'm a playwright, and you can't make up some of the stuff, people. You can't make it up. So I borrow from trolls. I borrow their spelling, their thinking. So guys, and unfortunately it usually is guys or people who pretend to be, keep on trolling, because I'm going to say some stuff you will really need to troll about. So welcome. Welcome. I guess Lena asked me to come here because this is not my field of expertise, although I have to say I didn't realize how much STEM meant to me until about 5, 6, maybe 7 years ago. I was looking at Simon Singh's fabulous film on the Riemann hypothesis, and I was working on a play. And I looked up at it, and I saw Sir Andrew Wiley's blackboard. And I looked at that blackboard, and forgive me for saying this, but I'm going to be very spontaneous about it. I looked at this blackboard, and I burst into tears. I just cried and cried and cried. And, you know, there's a part of me was going, what in the hell are you crying about? And the other part was, I have no idea what he's doing, but I know what he's doing. I know what he's, and when he sits there at the desk, and that moment where he says, I was looking for my solution, and he's got this desk of piles of junk, and he goes, the thing that was preventing me from solving the equation was the answer, and his eyes well up. And I thought, it took me right back to when I was a little kid. I grew up in Chicago, South Side, oldest of 7. My dad, my fabulous dad, he was here during World War II. He wound up luckily being a assembly line worker, steel worker, for 40 years. We were very lucky. The union took care of us. We were union people, union kids. And he did his best. I mean, he sent us to Catholic school, which for poor black kids growing up was the grammar schools of the community. Took us out of the rough state schools. But I was educated by nuns. In those days, I'm Hillary's generation. You didn't talk about being a scientist or a mathematician if you were a girl. Forget about it. So I'm sitting up here going, I love triangles. I was trying to understand the isosceles right triangle. I was looking at patterns, and Sister so-and-so said, actually, you should learn to type. So I didn't, and some of you women out here know what I'm saying. So I didn't learn the triangle, and I didn't learn how to type either. So that's why my notes look like this, because my computer broke down. But you never lose anything. And so when I looked at that film, I thought of that little girl, 7 years old, who loved triangles, loved patterns, loved all that, loved what if. And then I thought of all the kids out here who may be flipping hamburgers, who might be polishing cars, who might be told, you don't speak English, so you're not coming here, who might be Einstein. Not that I was, but who knows? We don't know. We don't know. And we gotta know. We have to, because our civilization depends on it. We gotta find them. So what I'm gonna do now is give you my random mad thoughts. And they're not gonna be in any particular order. And like I said, as I was watching the conference, I actually had to write stuff over, so I might not even be able to read what I wrote. But just to say, this is the most wonderful chair and dais, because most people think I'm 6 feet tall. So when I find, you can always tell when I meet people, there's this mega second where they're looking at me like, so this is wonderful for me, this big chair. I picked up phrases this morning from the wonderful panel I heard this morning, phrases like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've got equal marriage laws. What else do you want? And austerity and diversity, we just can't afford it. So I wanted to throw that out there. I've opened a play. This is not a advertisement, but anyway, kind of is. And it takes the outlines of Chekhov, because I am a what-if person. I like what if, what if, what if. So I put this African-American family inside of the cherry orchard shape. It's not the cherry orchard because I don't speak or read Russian, so it can't be, but it was the shape. And it's got okay reviews, pretty good reviews, but I got 3 scathing ad hominem personal attacks from the big 3 legacy papers, which if you are a playwright, that's really bad news for them to do that. And it was personal. It was deeply personal. And I was so shocked because they didn't review the play. And then I realized something that I should have known a long time ago, that I've transgressed. I'm somewhere I shouldn't be. I got no business there. I got no business with Chekhov. Who am I? Who am I to talk about Chekhov? So this friend of mine who's a big director wrote this, and I wanted to share this letter with you. He said to those critics, they couldn't look at what you'd actually done. They kept having to show how much they loved Chekhov, and they weren't really sure whether a black free female from Chicago had the right to take it on and put black people in it. It's not as simple as misogyny or racism. It's thus just that they don't think you should be there. That's all. And they may look naive if they like what you've done. That's a lot of stuff to hold and to take on. And I know, as a black woman, I have steeled myself for that all of my life. It's so built into you, you don't even know it's happening. Now, let me do the next thing I was thinking while I was running over here. The worst board I've ever been on, and the board I had to leave, was headed by a woman. And this woman, I'm in my 60s. I will be 68 in 2 weeks. And we're all going to be 68. If you haven't got to 68, it's the best. 68 was my favorite year. And this lady was 1 year older than me. Hillary's 1 year older than me. So I know this arc. I know what they've gone through. This woman treated every woman on that board so badly that the men on the board, and I'm talking about these are some heavy, hard dudes, Goldman Sachs, the city, I mean hard cases, would sit back there like this. You shouldn't treat, he just chopped us. And then I realized after I had to tell her off, which I refused to do in public because the sisterhood thing, even though there were younger women on the board who actually needed to hear me do that, I realized that this woman had come up through the city in an era where you never showed you had children, you didn't admit you were married, you didn't wear makeup, you had to be hard, you had to be cruel, and you had to be mean, not only to everybody around you, but especially to the women, so you kicked the women. So my point, and the stuff I want to throw out here today in my little provocations, is that I don't like the word diversity. Although I use it, I respect it, and I understand it because this is a way of communication. But I think what we've done now is that we've created, and I'm saying this as a visual and a kind of visual, that in saying the word diversity, we have legitimatized its opposite, because you have to ask, what is it diverse from? And I think what it's diverse from doesn't exist. It may even be harmful to us now to assume that this other thing exists. And I think it doesn't exist except in our cultural minds. I think we've created it for a lot of reasons. One of them has to do with power. Maybe everything has to do with power. I was always, like I said, the little kid who said, what if? That's how I write my plays. That's how I live. So let's do what if. What if you put 5 children and say they can kind of do the same things? Let's say they're good at maths. I mean, that's still a category, but they can do maths. But maybe they're different ethnicities, different income levels, backgrounds, different genders, language, and you give them a puzzle to solve. What would happen? What would happen is what interests me is not the solving of the puzzle, but the strategies they use to solve the puzzle. These different strategies are the benefits of diversity. Strategies. Diversity, therefore, expands human capacity. That is its purpose. And that, to me, is common sense. I used to be deputy chair of the British Museum, and being the what-if person, very curious, I used to sort of like toddle around the different departments with these huge minds and ask them questions. And I once asked about Neanderthals, who the British Museum loves Neanderthals. They get a bad rap, especially Neanderthal women. And there were another species that evolved alongside us, and I asked this one anthropologist, like, what happened? And she said, well, she thinks that our species, those of us who became who we are, we traveled and we prospered because we migrated, we moved around. And it's like when you go on holiday, you learn because you encounter other people. You have strategies. So us Homo sapiens, we had to make different strategies to survive. We got smarter, and that's diversity. We migrated, we encountered people, we learned. So back to my point that the thing we are diverse, or when you use the word diverse from, does not exist except in our collective cultural minds. And that has to do with power. If we continue to use the term diversity, we empower that other state. And I think, as I said, I think it is not a real state. It's interesting to me, I like etymology as well, so it's interesting to me that diversity came into, in our language, our English language, diversity before the 18th century was a negative term. It meant perverse. The 18th century, it became a positive term, and I was interested as to why it became positive. It became positive as a result of the French Revolution, and it was one of the components of democracy. So in order to have a democracy, you have to have a diverse polity. And that means the coming together of different skills to create this polity. And so therefore diversity and democracy are, to my mind, the same thing. They're exactly the same thing. And diversity creates democracy itself. And so what is the opposite, therefore, in the political sense of this French Revolution sense of diversity? It is autocracy. Autocracy is what we are diverse from. Autocracy contains women, men, all colors. It's about the coming together and consolidation of power by the few, for the few, on behalf of the few. Diversity breaks it up. So instead of us looking at groups of people, men, this, classes, we need to look at power and talk about it more in that term. And we do, I do my own version of Einstein's mind experiments, you know. What if you got a 69-year-old mother of one and a grandmother of two, and she was elected to the most powerful office on earth. And not only that, she became commander-in-chief of the most powerful military the world has ever known. She was in control, or is in control, of the nuclear codes. She can deploy. She will be heard by everyone on this earth, whether you like this person or not, because this person happens to be the President of the United States. So what happens then? What happens is that the landscape begins to change, begins to shift, because we are creatures who look. We need to see, and what we see, we can be. And so what happens in a diverse environment is not making rules or law. You change the equation, and you change it based on your culture. The equation becomes changed, the environment becomes changed, and we humans do what is natural to us. We react and we change. And so the battle becomes the autocracy's attempt to hold the definitions. So we mustn't ourselves hold definition. We must transgress ourselves and do it all the time, all the time, all the time. I say, and I've said this at board, places like IBM, and I mean it, I mean it. We need millennials at top tables. I don't care if they're not educated. I don't care. We need the brain. We need the way they see the world because they're in the world now. We need to listen to them. We need to hear everything they say. That's diversity. We need them because they change our environment. They shake up our environment. Why do we need people of color in a, say, all-white environment? Because they make us better, because we're interacting. We're changing. Men, women, gender, ability. It expands our human capacity. So I would say all the great work that was done today, challenge yourselves a little further. Take your rules away, your categories away, your definitions away, your stats away, your parameters away, your goals away, and come out into an open space and see what happens. See what happens. So that we don't become stultified in our own definitions of ourselves, because it can happen. It can happen. And then we don't become of use. Then we don't become modern. Then we become the things that we're trying to run away from. We just have different names, different skin colors, different genders. That's all. But we become the same. And we should be rebels all the time against the status quo. That's all I got to say. So anybody want to ask me anything or?
Please raise your hand for any questions. We have some roving lights. And there's something else. There's one right here in the middle.
Hi, my name's Edith. I haven't got a question, but I'd just like to say, Bonnie, I saw your play on Saturday, and it was really good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you were there, thank you. Thank you.
Behind.
So hi, so you're 68, I'm 62.
Bravo, we're the same generation.
I'm a pensioner, and
Yes.
what I've been wondering of late is that, what do you see as our roles in the future, given our newfound longevity? I expect to live to more than 100. I'm that healthy.
That's a very good question. We baby boomers are gonna be the longest lived generation so far. We've outlived all the programs that were designed for us. We've outlived we've outlived everything. The National Health Service, they say if you were born the year I was born, you're the luckiest person in the world. 1948, because you're all the way through, you're taken care of by the state. We've outlived all of that. We've outlived it. And we're still out there. I think some of us should think about stepping aside. And what I mean by that is this. Not that we should come out of the flow, but I think there are a lot of us in our generation who are determining too many things. I don't think it's good. I think technology has changed the world enormously. People ask me to talk about Black Lives Matter, and I have plenty of things to say about it, but it's not my generation. I came up through the Black Panthers and all of that. That's a different story. And so I think we need to find out how we can assist. If our coming from the 60s, we call it wisdom, but if our wisdom is of any use, let us give it. And we need to listen more. We need to listen a lot more, especially to millennials, because they are in a very different reality than we've experienced. They're very, very intelligent, but in a very different way. So that's what I would say. That's what I do. I listen to them a lot. If they ask me to do something, if I can be of assistance, I do. But I really think we are a very unusual, long-lived, healthy generation, but at the same time, we need to step back a little bit and let's see if we can be of assistance to the future. That's what I'd like to do.
One right here. Any other hands? Let me know.
I love the idea of bringing more people into the boardroom from the millennial generation. How do you do it and get the people who are going to speak out when they arrive?
Well, you know, obviously, Apple wouldn't have me, IBM wouldn't have me running anything if they were smart. I don't think there is any way to do it except that you have to have a board and you have to have a culture within the company that is open to that suggestion. Now, it may never happen. It can't ever happen, but that board and that CEO should be open to something as transgressive and disruptive as that we could get a 25-year-old to sit at this board table and make some plans with us. And that to me is one test of whether an organization is actually coherent for the 21st century. Could you do that? Would you do that? And if they say no, they're not ready for the 21st century, and I'm going to be really upfront about that. We are becoming a trans-border, international, multilingual world, and everything has to be prepared for that because that is what's happening. And I'm not even talking about the baby boom we just had in the year 2000. We don't know who these people are. So we have to make all of our institutions and our society fit for purpose for them.
Other questions? Rita?
Thanks. So for me, personally, a what-if question has sort of arrived after Brexit, because here we are busily trying to tear down barriers for differences that we can think of, including where you're born.
Yes.
And suddenly we are told, well, most people want you to create barriers which didn't exist before. How are we to deal with this? Is it a what-if question?
You know, I'm a big Remainer, and I'm still a Remainer, and my husband's a big Remainer, and he's a lawyer, and he's an Englishman, and I say this because he's utterly convinced it's not going to happen, and he explains it to me in very English terms, but he says it's not going to happen. But one thing that we can do, our generation as legacy, is to talk about what Europe was like. Because I have friends who just pop over to Berlin and they hang out, and I can tell them the Berlin I grew up in had a wall. I couldn't imagine popping over to Berlin, okay? I couldn't imagine popping over to Cuba because I'm an American citizen. I couldn't go to Cuba. So it's these kinds of things that we can bring to the table to remind young people in particular that the world they live in was hard fought, hard won, and that we must hold on to this world, even in the face of people who are very frightened about what they think is coming, because this multicultural, international, non-wall world is the reality that this generation lives in. They live online. This is their world. They don't know any other world, and we have to be able to somehow navigate the knowledge that we have so that they can begin to actually validate what they know is to be true, is true. That's, I think, what we can give and what we can be staunch about as long as we have breath and as long as we're active and we can do things. We can be staunch about those things that we remember from our youth, where our youth was about walls. It was about barriers. It was about nations fighting each other. Our parents in our parents' lifetime were in war. We know all of this stuff. We know it, and we should hold on to. We know about racism. We know. I mean, I'm just at the end of segregation, but I desegregated school when I was a very little child, and I remember that bus, and I remember the way it looked. And so I can tell my friends, you guys can be hollering about this, but you have never confronted what, you know. So these are the things that we can impart, and I think these are things we should impart as we help them navigate and be in the world. that there is, because they don't know diversity. They don't know it. They know the world that they are in. And we put names and numbers and labels on it, but they don't know it. So I really am passionate about really thinking about these generations and how we prepare the world for them, for the world that they know.
Other questions? Yep, just here.
So me again. So I'm going to sort of like push back against what you said, because, you know, for a few years now, people have been telling me do charity. And somehow that sort of like sticks in my craw. I don't want to do charity. I want to do revolution.
Oh, I didn't say charity. Oh, no. This is revolution. It's not charity. Oh, no, 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 my brother. I hear what you're saying, and I respect that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you said it, because if I imparted that, that's definitely not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about being a volunteer or no, 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 no. I'm talking about revolution that we can do, that we can do.
And there's one at the back on the right.
Hi, thanks very much for your talk. I really enjoyed that. I guess I'm really interested in what you mean by your objection to diversity. So the idea that diversity is diverse from something that doesn't exist. Because my concern is that there is something that does exist, and just because there's a cultural conception of it that's mythified, that doesn't mean that it doesn't materially exist. And I think if we want to talk about power, statistics do show that power lies somewhere pretty one-dimensional in terms of when you look at protected characteristics.
I'm losing your voice a little bit.
Sorry, am I speaking into the mic?
Yeah, you were going down a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, did you get that?
Yes, I think I heard that you said that there is something that exists. And of course, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Of course it does. But I think sometimes, well, in my experience, we spend a lot of time fighting it and talking about it, when in fact, my experience again, if you burrow down into it, you see human beings, and you see a much more complex picture than the sort of monolith that sometimes we are, I should say, I wouldn't say led to believe, but that sometimes the language makes us believe. It isn't a monolith. It's very complicated. And I've learned that in my life. I've made a lot of mistakes because I thought I was dealing with the monoliths, and I found out I wasn't. So that's my opinion, and that's what I'm imparting. I would rather talk about reality, which is the complexity of human beings and if you want to use the term diversity, within ourselves, as opposed to looking at a thing that we are against or we're trying to break down. Because I think that thing is much, as I said, much more complex than, it's full of human beings and human stuff. And I would rather focus on diversity in the sense that, you know, the technical parts of it, get people into businesses, get them into schools, make sure women and people of color, and to say, and make sure that is all happening, yes. But underneath it, know that we're talking about a human condition that is actually the real one as opposed to the one we're trying to fight. And that's what I mean. So it's operating on two channels, and develop the next step, I think, which is the world in which this diversity exists. It does exist. It does exist. We're all in a room. We're in a room that is incredibly diverse, and we live these kind of lives as well. So I think we do get sometimes caught up in policy wonk language and terms that become an end in themselves, and they don't open the door to the next place that we have to go to. So I was attempting to throw a spanner in all that, shake it up a bit, and see what comes out as a result, and not to make anything definitive, but just to throw your curveballs, they say. Chicago Cubs are in the World Series, and just throw you a curveball and see what happens if you catch it. That's it, basically.
I have another question.
I think I've picked up some clues from what you said so far, Bonnie, but how do you convince members of the autocracy that democracy is the way forward?
Well, I don't spend a lot of time doing that, so, and I know that a lot of you have to do that. One of the things I picked up on this morning that was said by someone I can't remember, I thought was really good, is that diversity works. It's actually good for business. It's actually good for schools. It's good. It actually has results. It works. So as much as we can demonstrate that in the terms that they can understand. I think that's a tiny step to begin to make. And maybe some of the indices, maybe some of the categories are necessary for that. But that is a narrow end in a sense. And I guess what I'm saying is I would like not let us be caught up in that as the end game, as the thing, when actually what we are doing is creating a society that already exists. An inclusive society exists. We are now defining it or bringing it into the light or whatever, but the thing exists. All of you live that life. I live that life. My family is that way. So while we are making the definitions to speak to power, we mustn't forget that the thing that we don't think exists actually does. It does exist.
There's room for one more question if anybody has one. No? Then I'd like you all to join me in thanking again, Bonnie.
Thank you for
today.
listening too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie Greer. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you I heard the whole conference, and it was, it not only was powerful, but what was good for me, because I'm not in this particular area, I learned a lot of the, only word I can use is jargon, the things that you have to know to be able to talk and to show to this who you have to affect. And what I guess, and thank you for saying that, I guess what I'm trying to say is, please don't think that's what it is. Don't think that you have to get caught up in it, that you have to explain it, that you have to translate it, that you have to sell it, because that's soul sapping and mind numbing and isn't really what you're doing. So that is what I'm saying. Even though I learned an enormous amount today about all these different things. But thank you.
I want to say that really your message has been incredibly positive in this sense and empowering. Even though you did throw us a curveball, as you said, you did challenge us with reconfiguring the way that we talk about diversity.
I'm a synesthete. I don't know if any of you know I know a lot of you know what synesthesia is, but see, what I see is a organism like this, which is the conference, and I came in like the little neutrino, and I went, and just to see what would happen. Are you going to move? Are you going to do? Are you going to shape? And it isn't about being right or wrong or good or bad. It's let's see what configuration we can make in order to advance what we're trying to do, our work. Because the other side gets the language very quickly. It molds it, shapes it, and it uses it against us. And so we have to be very fast.
Let's put another round of applause. Please stay. So we have come to the end of the 4th annual diversity conference here at the Royal Society, and it it highlights some of the key themes that we have identified by our diversity committee members and by the diversity team. And our focus this year, as you know, was on creating an inclusive environment. And the reason is so simple. While diversity is an essential tenet of modern society, and Bonnie Greer has emphasized that in the strongest terms, it is the inclusive environment which encourages it to thrive. So today we've had expert insight into some of the markers of an inclusive environment. So the Athena Swan, the Race Equality Charter Marks, the Stonewall Workplace Equality Index, ENEI Awards, and National Diversity Awards. They've all developed markers for success in this area. We've examined it from an industry perspective with Network Rail's inclusive leadership training, and in an academic environment with the University of York Chemistry Department, who were awarded the first Athena Swan Gold. Now, I have had the pleasure of working with the Diversity Committee members and the diversity team, many of whom are here today, and we had a variety of projects over a very productive year. I will just reiterate some highlights for you. So there is our Parent Carer Scientist project on all of your tables, and it celebrates a diversity of work-life patterns of 150 scientists across the UK, with the aim of increasing the visibility of people combining a career in science with a family life. And it has been distributed to all universities, secondary schools and colleges in the UK. And the associated social media campaign, #AndAScientist, reached 3.5 million users in the first month after launch. Very proud we hosted an event called Out in STEM for LGBT History Month in February of this year to discuss what are the needs of our lesbian, gay, bisexual and trans scientists, and we have committed to running an annual event. So you heard about the briefing and animation that I developed on unconscious bias, and it's really been viewed widely, and Royal Society makes it absolutely open for use by anybody who finds it useful. But one particularly wonderful thing is that we are currently piloting a mentoring scheme for Black Year 13 STEM students, and the representatives are actually here in this room, and they've already told me it is going paces. I look forward to hearing more of the report. And here I really would like to thank Lena Cumberbatch, Sarah Dodd, Leslie Miles, and others that were helping in the organization today. They've all really been the spirit, the leading spirit, the masterminds behind the conference. So thank you very, very much for doing this. I'd also like to thank the wonderful sign language interpreters who I've just watched with great pleasure and delight. And I really admired, I'm afraid I don't know your name in the back, the wonderful lady who has been able to give us text to read while people were speaking. I thought it was absolutely marvelous. So thank you very, very much for that. So for me, certainly, it's been an exciting time, and really, I'd like to thank you all for being with us here today. Thank you all to the panelists, the speakers, and the fun workshop interactions, to all the people who took part in that. Now we have a drinks reception in the next room, and you're all cordially invited. And finally, I hope you will join us again next year, November the 16th, 2017.